Jason, you're levitating.
Hey, Fire.
Fire. Hello.
Hello.
Sure.
How y'all doing?
I am posing.
You're posing, you say?
I'm posing.
Dear God, you've become a poser.
I mean, wasn't I already?
No.
No.
Stop that.
You're the one who gave me an N for that joke.
Ow.
I mean, a character poser, sure.
No. I was called a poser. Don't take that
No.
away from me.
Too bad. I'm retracting it.
It is still technically a poser.
My negative trait. It has been taken from me. No, my character development.
Excuse me.
I can't believe my character development was retconned like this.
God help me.
Here I thought it was character development.
But Fire, we are the gods.
Yes, help me. I'm choking.
Don't do that. Bad for your health.
I know it's bad for my
Wait,
health.
hey. Good
Uh-oh.
boy.
Is he misbehaving?
Scratch against the back of my chair.
Sorry, just is he misbehaving? Immediately, Ma! Trying to lie to my face.
Liar.
Trying to hide his crimes.
I can't believe that your cat knows how to lie.
Right. Serious, just. And I said, meow, you know, like a liar.
Birthday from me.
He learned it from watching you, Noid.
I can't believe it. You taught your cat how to lie.
I didn't teach her, he just picked it up.
You corrupted him, Noid.
Not my fault.
You're the one who corrupted him. What do you mean, not your fault?
I didn't teach him. Hey, the criminal's running away.
The criminal. He knows. He knows he's being called out.
Oh, fuck. Well, this is certainly a start.
Yep.
What is it? What is it?
Having a zoomie.
Okay, que serious?
No.
Up, the pats, they have begun. Cat bongo.
He has retreated to his box. I shall not hat him. The sacred place must not be disturbed.
The sacred place.
Yes.
Secret tunnel. Secret
Sick.
box.
Excuse me.
Remember, your box is in padding distance.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, it's right here.
No.
You're more in the danger zone than I am.
Now that you brought that up.
I'm just like, I am so close to the edge of the void that's being seen right now, at least. One wrong move and I'll just float off.
One right move and I could just bring you close.
Why would you do that? You have the perfectly good box right there.
Because the box is not you.
One, I appreciate the sentiment. Two, my brain just started going, because of the wonderful things he does.
We're getting scooted.
The tiny meow in the back just tied it all together.
Oh,
Ah, how dare you.
me over here trying to make my icon not so reactive. My icon. Jump, 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 ba-dum,
Jump,
jump,
jump.
ba-dum, ba-dum. There, would that help? I mean, it makes me a little bit quieter, but...
Pat, pat.
Jump, jump, some, and jump, senora.
Jump, 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 senora. What, senora? Anyway.
Minor adjustments.
Jump in the line,
Here we go.
my own time.
And we shall see.
Oh my god,
They
I found Shay.
Uh-oh.
I found Shay from that yesterday's stream, hold on.
Oh, no.
This is the painting. A very small dog, 1980s by Jamie Reith. Here's a close-up.
Stop! I could see him before the close. Oh god, that's great. That's gorgeous.
It is very silly.
He's so wanky.
Yes. Check the water.
Who wants to hear that was a low battery notification sound?
Huh?
God. Keepy.
There you go. I gave you a caption for that picture set, Dogi.
Yeah.
And then boom. But that is a very content looking kitty. A single meow was all it was needed.
Adorable.
Can I post this in the comedy channel? The painting set? Okay. Jump in the line. Damn it, you have that song in my head now. Vengeance will be mine.
La creatura cackles. Alright. It is time to move here and begin gaming. Bring this over here. Priest.
Yay!
Oh boy. Give me just 1 second. I need to take care of one thing and then I'll be right back.
Got it. Alright. Let's see if I at all remember how to do my voices.
I am back.
Welcome back. Wait for. Right, no. There's no way for me to turn it quieter on my end.
Dang.
Aside from the option, the computer options.
Uh-oh, crackles.
Ew. Just bring it down to 50. But that did make it quieter on stream as well.
Crackle tax.
The camera stick! The camera!
Why are you staring at us? What did we do?
What the fuck, Fire?
Did you just donate?
100 dimmadillers.
Damn.
Bastard. He did just like him real quick.
I mean, Fire did make all those threats, so...
Check on the water again.
Oh, God. I have no regrets.
Of course you don't.
Right.
Excuse you. Move in the other direction.
Ah, yes.
Little
It
shit.
is the bitch.
What are you doing?
Breathe.
Skipping.
He accidentally went to the very end when he didn't mean to.
Yes.
Uh-huh. Probably not that one.
Don't. It was probably voice acted last time, but
It was.
I'm gonna
You need me
press.
to do it again?
As a refresher.
Okay. So from this line or from when you press?
From this line.
Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burned his wrist like that.
Yes!
But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. Cannot have noticed.
Do you think so? Let me ask you something.
Sorry?
Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open.
He's so surprised.
Please do.
Nah.
That's great. You can't not have noticed, can you?
Huh? What?
What fun! You hadn't realized.
The dear lady is absolutely right.
As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryosuke.
You just
What?
keep embarrassing him.
What did you tell me?
Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing?
Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can.
Yes!
Ouchie, shut the fuck up.
You goddamn
Well,
simp.
well, I can't.
Anyway. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast.
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water. Is that right?
Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at the time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter?
Exactly as you say, sir. Although,
Although...
whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. Hmm.
Ah, I have enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of the others in the court, it means bless you.
I think it means the exact opposite.
Anyway. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides a gunshot.
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma.
Yes.
Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that.
Not as clean as that, no.
And if the victim burned his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point.
Objection!
And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time. I
You're a
concur.
waste of time.
Yeah.
Prosecutor Aochi is right.
Ah.
If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace.
If someone is shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from behind, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body.
Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga?
As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's for sure. Maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark.
If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls off the flat, doesn't it?
Oh no, perish the thought. Calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question.
You got a little too into the simp mode there, bud.
A little. On my honor, I, Takezuchi Aochi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspirations.
Aspersions.
Way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence.
But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that?
In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found in a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate it once, that's the end of it. Isn't that so?
Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident.
Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can to understand.
A killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful.
Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Aochi is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that.
I'm gonna go check out the water again.
The water is ready, now it's...
Hey! Kazuma, what forbidden arts did you pull to make your headband continue to flow like that?
Yes.
The demonic art of anime, of course.
Don't give them more ammo. There are people already trying to take away all the things that are fun. Don't give them more ammo, please. No.
I know.
Alright. It's steeping. Now to wait 3 minutes.
Woo!
New evidence. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. I never even thought of pursuing another witness over the current witnesses' statements. That was a great idea of yours, Kazuma. Well, it was all thanks to you noticing that the detective had reacted strangely to what the lady had said. I'd never have guessed that he had all that bubbling away under the surface. To be honest, you keep surprising me at every turn. Sorry? Oh, never mind. So, we know that Dr. Wilson was killed at around the time the steak was brought to his table, and by some means that left no physical trace on his body. If we could just demonstrate how it was done. Oh, I do have one idea about that. About how the professor was killed. Maybe you should just present the evidence to see what happens.
Alright, what do we got?
I think it's here. I'll do a quick little, save the scumming.
Oh yeah. There ain't no shame in save something.
I didn't mean to press. God. Yes.
Hmm.
Hang on. Let
Got
me
a
just
little
load.
eager, huh?
Press the wrong button.
Silly man.
Was present.
Yes.
Not there. And to liquid inside. So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. It looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going.
Ryunosuke. One, that's evidence. Two, really?
It might be poison to you, motherfucker.
I know! I was looking at it just like, are you...
No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence.
Hey, look, he's quoting you.
Oh, no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke. In more ways than one.
God damn it, Ryunosuke.
Ryunosuke, why? Why are you doing this to us? Baby boy, no.
Ryunosuke, my friend, sometimes I question why I am your friend.
Ryunosuke, my friend, sometimes you fucking scare me.
Ryunosuke, you have the self-preservation instincts of a lemming.
I'm sure he'll get better
Eventually.
eventually. I have been syncing up with the both of you. What is happening?
Ah,
I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. The label is written in a foreign language I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking you. Then go to France and ask.
He's like, I don't know French. I know English. I don't know French. They're two different languages.
I know what it looks like, I don't understand it.
Yeah.
You can't just say that you don't know.
But yeah, the bottle is an interesting possibility. Alright.
Yes!
What is this? The bottle of water. Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order, order, order! And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink?
Sip the poison into his drink.
Shut up.
Apologies.
There's only one person who could have possibly done it. Giselle Brett was you.
Objection!
This is outrageous! To suggest such a thing without a scupper of evidence! You little rookie imbecile! Have you even considered how the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We're here to determine the truth.
If I may.
I will silence you forever for disgracing the—
It is you who should be silent.
Of course. Dear lady.
Where did that come from? She just snapped. Hello, Silver.
Oh, brain cell.
How dare you? Game, how dare you?
I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies.
I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring?
I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not.
Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No. No.
I'm staring at that glass that was in her handbag now.
I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you.
But of course, dear lady. The pleasure was all ours.
I hate you, Ouchie.
I was so sure. This This can't be right. Everything falls into place if it was poisoned. Thank you, Counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. That's best. It's best down here. Hang on. Angle us a bit. There we go. There's the boy. There we go. Now it's the correct angle. Now he goes back into hiding.
Like, I don't want to be perceived. Stop that.
I was gonna say, you can just shift me off to the left, that way Bess can be seen.
But that's where Dark's supposed to appear.
Oh, that's true.
Once I have the last asset, so that's when I'll be free to move you to a better spots.
Oh boy, this isn't looking good.
As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from the gun is the only available cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. And 4. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett.
Oh no. I'm just glad the matter's resolved.
Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to present the court at this point? Kazuma? I'm sorry, Viranosuke. I have nothing more.
I'm thinking about that glass that was in her purse. But
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Hold it!
Who are you?
Please, wait.
Isn't that... What is the meaning of this?
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense.
Toba. My darkest hour, with 4 left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth.
ah, how dare you?
And we continued on just a little further last time we had gotten to the to be continued. You big
Bullshit.
show.
I have created Horsefon, Jason.
You beat show.
But yay. Good for the harsh font picture.
Sunday. I see it.
Well, I understand you're the judicial assistant to the defense, but why the sudden ingress into my courtroom? A judicial assistant and a woman, no less.
Oh, I will kick your ass, ouchie.
The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify.
Yes, I fully understand. I only asked for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense.
You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded.
5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more.
What? Your Excellency!
I am most grateful.
Who exactly are you?
I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now.
What is this? A report about something. Written in English.
It's Giselle Brett's research.
The English woman's?
After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper.
Oh, yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case?
I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself.
Oh. No, of course not. Special characteristics of Curar and its effects on human subjects.
Curare,
Interesting.
But yeah.
How did you pronounce it?
Curare.
Curare. Okay. Curare? What's that? I've never heard that word before.
Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser in the courtroom.
From the...
Ouchie?
Sexist.
Ouchie. Noid, throw me at him. Throw me at him.
Yeah.
Throw me at him. Throw me at the fucker.
Start going. No! Go on. I just love how Noid plays with us like we're PNG puppets.
Yes, I love it.
I mean, that's what I have access to.
Thank you. That was very satisfying.
You're welcome.
We are Noid's little JPEG dolls
Yes.
at the moment.
You know what it is? You know what it is? We like astral project into these forms to reach him in the void. So we're like in little dolls.
Itty bitty
Yep.
dolls.
There was too little time for me to read it in detail. But I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it.
This is wonderful. Thank you. Zyle's report has been entered into the court record.
Goodbye then, and good luck.
You will wait. I have
You have
evidence
had long
to
enough.
peruse. No, I haven't had long enough. I need to read. Shh.
All right.
Synopsis. A poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Special characteristics. Effects. Instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. Route of entry. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart.
I was just thinking that if poison was involved because he had that dental surgery, that made him susceptible, and there it is.
Practical applications. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have applications as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation.
I was right. It was a paralytic. I'm feeling so vindicated right now.
You have had long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but...
The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency.
Ryunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Ms. Brett?
Yes, Your Excellency.
If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer.
It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline.
Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order.
I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense.
My apologies, dear lady. So, Counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention?
Yes!
Miss Josiah Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yume University, doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison.
What?
Poison? Where are you going with this, Counsel? A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What complete and utter nonsense! Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it!
You wouldn't have done.
What do you mean?
I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curare before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Correct. Which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison.
What?
Order in the court! Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visit... Let me take a moment. According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, curare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. And it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery! These aspersions are utter trumpery! To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed.
That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean, the other way around?
The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that curare was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects would go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death.
The lungs get paralyzed.
The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move.
That's hideous.
Oh yeah.
To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep.
Oh yeah.
But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison.
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense.
If I may.
All these facts. You think you're so clever, but you...
It is you who must be taught.
Of course.
My dear lady.
Dear lady!
He's a complete fucking sub, isn't he?
So, this is how your Japanese behave, is it?
What?
You steal another's hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act.
Lady, this isn't about that.
Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual.
Whatever do you mean?
Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of
Get her
this.
ass!
I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the Great Empire of Japanese is breaking the rules.
Fucking toddler.
What's so funny?
Oh, excuse me. Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett?
May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please?
Well, yes, I don't see, why not?
Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys.
I hate it here. I want to be clear, I hate saying this.
Sorry?
To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. The little police games, these little foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers.
Wait, what are you doing?
No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair.
If the characters had read the report thoroughly at all, they would know that this is technically nothing to panic over about.
Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned.
So, no curare. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying?
You look quite an incredulous little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett?
I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries.
Yes, dear lady. We're most gratified with all the assistance you have given. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how? How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale?
Because wound.
Stand it.
Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London.
Yes, it only works if there isn't a wound for it to enter through.
In other words, it has to enter the bloodstream directly and not broken down or what have you.
Yep. There has to have been poison in that bottle. Isn't there? There can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Come on, Ryunosuke. We have all the clues now. A bottle of water. The culprit did put curare poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change his position. You're serious? Fool! Aren't you blind? There is no possible way the bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking water from it.
That's right. That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think.
And I believe that complication can be explained. How exactly? I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well. If the defense truly intends to assert this claim... Hang on, I need to make sure. It is the report. Special characteristics.
There it is.
Rudimentary.
Through a wound.
Then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly deadly poisoned water unscathed? The report. It's still the report.
Yes.
The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection!
That's not a valid explanation. No. After all, we don't speak English. The report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. Not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. Just reading Susato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, Counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle? It's the special characteristics, Your Honor. We've been hearing a lot about this curare poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, Counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of the arrows they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to that point, please. But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey that hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Counsel. Oh, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see. That makes sense. Yes. The mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When curare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effect whatsoever.
And the man came from the dentist. He has open wounds in his mouth.
Exactly.
What? Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew curare's special characteristics. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself.
You meddling little
It's alive!
Yes,
Galleon!
it is a live swan. Well, Ryunosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how it possibly...
So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. very knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly.
What are you trying to say?
Your schoolboyish logic's a fatal flaw.
Is it schoolboyish? Law?
As even your brain has managed to deduce, Kurara is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastrosuchus.
Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they?
God damn it, Renosuke.
So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he?
Ah,
No?
that's right. Good gracious.
We're not done, bitch.
That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no?
Well, here's some fucking basic evidence.
Dogi's ready to haul off, and so am I.
Order in the court. Order!
Oh no!
The logic
say-
holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest... Yes, the Curare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial.
That's right. Surely a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that.
What is this welling up inside me? Never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense. Almost rage-like.
Good, tap into that.
More than
Yes.
anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Oh dear.
All right, Renosuke, calm down.
The first actual proper objection from Ryunosuke. I don't think so, Miss Gisalbret.
How dare you use that tone with me?
You know very well that there is no flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As we now know, this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by Curare? Medical report card. Shows exactly why. As Ms. Brett has so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you
From, I
had
don't
just
know,
been to the
tooth extraction?
dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example.
Thank you!
Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she...
Laughing?
I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked pure arguments are also puerile.
What do you mean?
Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough.
Yoink!
You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it.
No!
I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed.
What is it? What just happened? The English woman just smashed the bottle! In the Supreme Court, what a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much water from that broken bottle as possible, at once!
You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet at my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak with the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it.
Isn't that technically admission of guilt?
Oh yeah.
Yes, but this is the Phoenix Wright, or the Ace Attorney universe. Doesn't work like that.
Shit!
It does not hold as much weight as it should. I'll just put it that way.
Yes, in the Ace Attorney universe, the admission of guilt doesn't hold as much weight as it should, unless there is hard evidence backing it up.
Correct.
In the Attorney universe, evidence is law, basically.
Unless convenient stares at a certain case in the first game. Literally, throw a book at her, exactly, Rose. No, better yet, let me in the courtroom, because, you know, if I can get 5 minutes, there's a lot I can do in 5 minutes. Come here, bitch! They can't put their hands on you, but I can!
How could you? You won't get away with this.
You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle. Or not.
The glass!
Destruction.
Hey, detective? Detective? You got something else you want to admit to? That would be a great time, bud.
Also, the brain's still in the chat.
Yeah, that's not how you spell destruction. Hang on.
You.
And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence on the fact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution?
Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this pictographic print, I presume, dear lady.
That's right. And really, look at this photograph. It's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So, of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No. You killed the victim that day, using curare. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. You see,
You had every opportunity to commit this crime.
What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, eh? Did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence.
Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. This is unbelievable. How could this be happening? He had her. Now, is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene.
Ryunosuke. Yes? We've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend on. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head.
Wait. Was she wearing the hat?
She was wearing the whole ensemble.
Interesting.
So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt, every color. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? There's apparently blood on the platter.
I see it.
Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on, then. Let's wipe that smug smile off that English woman's face with some evidence. Before I do, I'm gonna save. I don't know if there's gonna be another easy opportunity to save before evidence presenting.
Here we go. One last push.
Alright, can't wait. It's been niggling at me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about this. It's here somewhere. A clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is his blood.
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? He's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if you perhaps took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute, where are you going with it?
Where are you going with this, little boy?
It's just a memory that's been troubling me.
What memory?
I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw on the wooden base of the plate at the and I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on. Christ. Base of the plate that the steak was served on. Quite a tongue twister, that one. Was a splattering of blood. What?
Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor.
No, that can't be the case.
It would have caught in the back of the chair.
Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that that blood from the victim would have ended up directly behind him. Ah!
If there was no exit wound.
And it seems that there wasn't any exit wound.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor as you were. Jezile Brett.
I beg your pardon.
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous, fabricated nonsense. Is the council seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing? This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to.
Osanaga, promise me you're going to actually rest after this. I'm worried about that blood, motherfucker.
Inspector, you mean... Yes, I took the plate in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it.
God damn it, Osanoga!
You did what?
I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice.
God, the zoom in, you can really see how tired he looks.
Yup. Then we can be sure to find out whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir! Sorry for the delay. Here is what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it?
Of course there isn't.
Quickly, Inspector, the blood man, show the court.
Show the court the blood!
If you grab the right plate.
Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure.
You grab the wrong plate.
Technically, it's not the wrong plate. No. No blood. No blood anywhere. But... No, that's impossible! I know I saw it, I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate.
What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see? This is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you.
Oh my god! Sorry. God! I do not like having to voice that.
Yeah, understandably so.
Ugh,
I am so sorry.
you're fine. I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire. I believe we may finally have reached a
God.
conclusion in this trial.
Let's hope so. Let's pretend attempt that courtroom proceedings is painful to watch.
Fuck you.
But I do promise to prevent my.
See, I'm still so floored by what she said. I can't read her fucking words right. Hang on.
It's all good.
When a lady's so racist, that takes you a few seconds. Like, what?
Yeah,
the fuck?
no, like, yeah. I'm still reeling. God damn. Okay.
But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over.
This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. You gave me my ammo. You fools. This emblem on the side of the plate. Is it a cat? It's a cow, obviously. Most likely because the restaurant's signature dish is beef steak. It seems a lot of different restaurants have their own unique tableware. So this is the symbol of La Carnival, is it? What's this we find underneath? Huh? What the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. And the hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe. No, I don't mean what is it. I mean, what is it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today there's been talk of a Hoei Koban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bouillon before bouillon. Bullion before bouillon.
God.
Or bullion in bouillon. And I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means... this is not Jezile steak!
I told you.
This is definitely the wrong... wrong steak in the context of what we're looking for.
Detective, you failed us.
Technically,
Which was
Go.
he didn't fail us. He assumes that this was Jezile steak. I certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. And it's from the Hoei era too. It would make it really quite valuable.
It's from the wrong table, motherfucker.
It's well marinated in juices as well. Look. What, are you thinking of eating it? No. But the next time I order steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's gonna be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a prize. I think you have the wrong end of the stick about this, Ryunosuke. A Koban coin underneath this steak. There's only one logical explanation.
Wrong stick.
Was the plate I saw, or thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? This is it now. I've lost. Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward no matter what. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. I just did that. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I
Objection.
presume...
No, I just went objection. Sorry.
I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? Here's another clue. Your Excellency, please, wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth. The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak.
Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial.
I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will
Thank
not
you.
give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled.
I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still position, is it?
Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you're alluding to. To what you're alluding. That's the correct reading of that line. I don't care though. Save here real quick before I present anything.
Safety save, let's go!
Where precisely on this plate of beef steak is this new clue to be found? Skip, skip, skippity, skip, skip.
Got it!
Good gracious. That's... a bud?
What on earth?
A Hoei era one at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen anything before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part in it.
Objection!
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction.
Really?
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen. A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. Can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel. A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now. You haven't even been a lawyer.
Objection!
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Shut up!
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize it is you who is irrelevant.
Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the koban that was found underneath the beef steak is... Kyuryo Korekuta.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and the owner of Rasute, Kyuryo Korekuta-san.
Kyoryu? As in Mr. Cucumber something.
Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. I don't want to hear anything from you, madam. I don't want to hear anything from you.
Miss
The most
Bray,
milquetoast fucking name. Sorry.
Miss Bray, you have not seen the half of it when it comes to Phoenix Wright. Ah, yes.
Oh no! Silver, she's been racist from the get-go.
Yeah? The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the Hoera Koban, my prized coin. Then this Hoera Koban, do you mean to tell me? No, please, why would Korekota-san's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense. Which is why I'm asking to bring Korekuta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. I can't believe we've come back round to that pair again.
What a hell of a first case.
Oh yeah, but I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find that it's a key element in the case. What's this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize it's dinner time for little baby Ido? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police we were, like miserable dogs forced to bear false witnesses. And when cast from this courtroom, myself I became a ruined man in a trice, a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Rasute shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, Korekuto-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasute memory serves, have you ever...
Yeah, have you ever witnessed this before in your life?
The old man's knife went onto the sergeant's foot.
Oh no!
The baby face!
Yeah, I know, just like,
That's it! The one! The very one! The very exact one that it is! The resplendent, splendiferous Hawaii treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day! It can't be. As I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere.
it was hidden.
We found your coin sandwiched between a beef steak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices. Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident. Which means... somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my Hoei treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who would do such a thing?
Such unconscionable thing!
Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case.
Ah, yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation.
La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. What wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip this case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes. I took the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief in work at the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Korakuta-san's Koban is all too clear.
What? What?
I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Korakuta-san's Koban and hid it under the stake? It was John H. Wilson. No, it was Yesanosa.
Uh-huh.
Take that!
His baby.
Obviously, it can only be you, Sergeant Yesanosa.
What? How? How dare you monster!
Monster?
I stole that Koban, did I? I am the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me, was I, no?
The dramatic moment! Oh no!
He's just. We're all just. Yeah, everyone's like. Are you fucking serious? Are you making a mockery of this courtroom?
You would push the blame. You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby.
I love that I so jokingly said, "It's the baby!" And then this happens!
Yeah.
It's you, it's the monster, Sergeant Nosa.
Clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop. Gah! Nippon Imperial Army, Sergeant Yesanosa, preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir.
The baby quite literally broke the sergeant's back.
Your poor whiskers.
Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep the country safe?
I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remain in place. And I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes.
All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son.
That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant.
The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time.
Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork, even. Which is worryingly believable.
There is tooth marks on that steak, so...
And your target that day was the old man and his koban.
Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak. I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Yes.
Yes, when the professor was shot.
I knew if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I know too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date.
Yes, he's a dumbass.
But he also rescued us in the meanwhile.
Mhm. Yeah,
This is from Jezile.
everyone just. Oh, this is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time.
Well, Miss Brett.
Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us.
Excuse you.
I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed
Please.
gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency.
Hit your head on the table a little harder, please!
We know you like it.
Indeed. The theft of the koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant.
But hold on.
It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder.
Of course it is.
Even the cat is protesting.
Hiding a coin over meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me.
Nonsense, is it?
Well, oof.
And as for picking up your steak and biting into it using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered.
Nope, not done.
Definitely not done yet. I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you're free to leave.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day.
This is indeed the very first case.
Hirnosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming.
Oh, no, it's just... something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. Can't quite work out what exactly. Something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up.
If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking, make your voice heard.
Sorry?
You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett.
What is it now?
I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago.
What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this?
Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke?
Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see evidence, Counsel. If Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory, where's the evidence to prove it? A plate of steak?
Take that!
The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed, yes. Go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed.
Now you're just splitting hairs.
Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural?
Unnatural? What on earth do you mean?
It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Noticed what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork.
Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself.
She a bitch.
Take a good look at this steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there.
Ah!
Oh. It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Objection!
But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry and could help herself. Shh. Oh, whatever you say, dear lady.
As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer.
Of course. This will all be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Just leave everything to...
I've heard enough! You irritating little spectacled samurai relic!
Of course. Dear lady.
Dear lady!
What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the steak have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? That's not her steak. Yes. Now at last it all came together.
Bring the sergeant's steak. The one that was on his table.
The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all
who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I
It
accept
has
that.
been a hell of a ride.
I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency.
Everything?
Yes. I believe these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson.
Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats.
Lady, if you don't stop making me have to read these statements, I swear to God.
How can you be so sure?
Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago.
Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet.
Hasn't been. What?
But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
This is absurd! The trial has run several hours already, and you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? There can't be. I don't believe you have it.
Objection!
I don't, but there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial.
Please
This
let
will-
it be the last one. Please, we cannot
Release
handle
us
this
from
lady any
this-
further.
I know, release us from imprisonment with this foul human being.
This creature.
Who possesses conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair?
Hi, Hosonaga.
It is Mr. Satoru Hosonaga, the crime scene thief.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this steak with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting to stealing Kurokuda-san's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak.
You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer.
Careful.
Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak?
Attention! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it.
In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection!
But that makes no sense. That plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection!
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin.
Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire.
I might be racist, but I am not a thief.
Wow. Damn, now I kind of want to say her voice, I'm not gonna
Do it. Do it.
lie.
I might be a raging, unforgivable racist, but I am no thief.
Well then,
God.
how do you explain this paradox?
Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two stakes over?
The plates entirely.
You did switch the plates! Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my stake and hid the coin underneath it. But when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. You need to see this. With military precision and timing, I switched my stake with the one on the foreign lady's table.
What? you can't have. I never saw you do such a thing.
It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable! However, fear not, Prosecutor-san. What now? I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, that's all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
Which means.
So, if Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's stake, the plate it was on, back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said you had not only taken Miss Brett's stake after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both.
Ah!
That's correct.
Expression.
Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up!
What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat, it can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
No, you're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady.
I beg your pardon. Then beg.
Beg, bleed,
Surely you're not that
cry.
forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why this steak pan promises to provide such a problem for you. No?
You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me.
The reason the defense asked to see the plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing.
Thinks he remembers.
I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and platter that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir!
He's so
Here we go.
excited.
Sorry for keeping you.
There
Here
Here's
it
it
the
is.
other steak and its plate. Please feel free to examine it.
Ding.
A bloodstain. It's clearly visible. Look.
Yes!
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the plate with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right, Miss Jezile Brett. It's you.
That wind up!
Mm-hmm.
How done by a Japanese, me, by a Japanese schoolboy. No, no, no!
This is the chick that came out of the head! Ah!
I'm not screaming that for that long or that loud. You can't make me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not prepared. Yep. God damn it.
There's little cheeks everywhere! Baby cheeks!
Look at the
They're trying to get to the alcohol. Get him away quick.
Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure.
You almost lost your hat too!
Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentleman. Forgive me.
Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time.
Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life, using Kurare. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason.
You're getting a bit quieter.
As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning.
That was again a little quiet.
Alright, I apologize. The game's a little loud, so I'm trying to, like, make sure I'm not shouting into the mic.
Yeah, it's also you're doing very soft spoken voice, so the mic is probably
Yes.
not picking it up as well.
The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning.
So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. Because curare is unheard of here in Japan.
Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him and make it appear as though he had been dining alone. And leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table.
That would be me, I suppose.
Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chances of the way unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point. So I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment.
A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man.
I happened to know the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag. And my own pistol concealed under my skirt.
Under your skirt?
Yeah, it's stupid easy.
So I was right. There were 2 guns.
Yes.
And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you were sure that I would notice it.
And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up,
That's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point he was already dead.
naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared.
Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside.
That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around.
Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from when he'd picked up the gun.
So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor.
Madam? Madam, no.
That is not a misdemeanor.
A lot more than just a misdemeanor.
Your Excellency,
Yes.
I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later?
I shall call on you.
Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san.
Can we see your face?
No. Of course not.
What?
What do you think this is? Consistent? It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement.
This can't be. Takezuchi Aochi does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student.
You'd better start getting used to tough opposition.
Ah! Ironosuke Naruhodo.
What? Yes?
This insult to the Aochi family name will never be forgotten.
You've become conceited with age, Council. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. There goes that stupid top knot. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Aochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. I thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kasuma Asogi. Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Absorb everything of the wider world that you're able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, yes? In you, I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onward. Thank you, Your Excellency. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. Guy's still stunned over there with his top not cut. This court is now adjourned.
Finally, first case over.
Yep. That was a ride, and we still have half the string to go.
We had stolen gobrons, switched blades, a life swan at its chicks, and a racist English woman.
Yep.
Which is actually not that uncommon, unfortunately.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
22nd of November, 2:46 p.m., Supreme Court of Judicature, defendants Chamber 5. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Never mind.
Good afternoon. All of your hard work has certainly paid off. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence.
Oh God. Sorry.
It's fine.
Sorry about my own fumbles.
Let me just do this. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence.
I'm going to. You can't see it, but I'm flicking you off.
Our trusty judicial assistant. Judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know?
Oh no, I didn't do anything.
Thank you so much. If we hadn't had that research...
That little jump!
If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out.
Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate.
Your father? Ah, yes, of course.
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Shizato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense.
Speaking of Mikotoba... Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order.
My correct vocal cue finally came up.
I may have misplaced it for a moment, so do not worry about that. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh, yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson. Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you work together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law.
I will disagree on culture.
Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. Cut a man's freaking top knot off from across the courtroom, mind you. The steel of the blade didn't even touch the man, it was just the air.
It was enough to just slice the band that was holding the top knot together.
Yes. And that reminds me, what happened to the woman? To Jezile Bread, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. Or Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Jezile Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? But why not? I don't know who this was.
Consular jurisdiction. Ah!
It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate... But what's this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who? Who's going to bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case, somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that. Oh. Can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Britt can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young student. Today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it.
Bullshit!
The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They are obviously taking this case for a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But, Professor... You're right. There's no time for gloomy This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest Le Carnival?
No.
As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with with ample food and drink.
Buddy.
You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about the details for now. To La Carnival. Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course. La Carnival's food is second to none.
I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruto-san's release.
Let me retry that. Oh, never mind.
It's fine. Oh, yes, thank you.
The only one keeping on track.
So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. Never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. But, come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat, I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. It's the ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe in even then, well, that's not something anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, You faced seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it. Through your own efforts. And because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is... Ah, you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Ah, yes, that too.
I'm staring at you, game. I'm staring at you really hard right now.
So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma, Professor Mikitoba, Tsusata-san, who acted as my assistant, Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still.
I mean, he had the evidence, so, you know.
It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial.
That poor man.
But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life.
Oh boy.
Chapter
Also,
1,
game, I'm staring at you. I'm staring at you, game. Don't pull no bullshit now.
With that,
Woo, what?
go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, what a hell of a first trial.
Yes. Just because we managed to get through the first trial doesn't mean that we're going to be ending here yet. We're going to be picking up the second episode. The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern's shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which she referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
The 9th of January. I didn't get to read that out loud. Never mind.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality. This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident, by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait!
Shh. That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder. An in-cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you, and where have you come from?
I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Sherlock Sholmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
Yep. Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. Great detective.
And I take it... No, it had to have been a different Wilson.
We don't know. My head is throbbing. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Wait, I can't move. God, what the? Why am I in handcuffs?
Again?
So, you wake up now, We had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You are a true cold-blooded man. You found me then? Ah, we found you. And now you pay, criminal. How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, Sorry. Now you have been found. It is time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, No, I'll tell you everything.
I'm guessing this is Sherlock. Oh.
No, this is female, so it's
Okay.
How can you tell?
It's by the pitch of the text.
Ah, okay. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you.
Isn't that...
Why did you do it? Why did you take his life?
Miss Susato. Wait, what did you just say? Take his life? Where is he? Where is Kazuma?
I fucking knew it! God! Game, I'm going to throttle you.
Ha! You pretend you do not know? You are a wolf in sheep's pelt. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses. What?
Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. Here, in this very cabin, that was bolted shut from the inside.
His body? Please, do not try to tell us you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. And these handcuffs. Surely you don't think I
have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please!
No. Not screaming that. Kazuma was just 2 short weeks ago. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? It was really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier, though. The way that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. I thought I was gonna die! Yes, I still can't quite believe that. I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. You must be even less of a man than you look.
Wow! Kazuma!
Hey! Honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if you confine yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant Mikitoba, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point. Surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't think she'd believe me anyway. No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you'd better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. And anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. I'll tell you what. Why don't you write "keep out" or something on this piece of paper? What? Then I can stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. I don't know. We've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England together. We leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer. No, I'm not a murderer. Ah, you said before. You said you admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Susato-san. Please, tell me what happened. I need to know.
Very well. But there is something I would like to ask you too.
Those eyes. It looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. Questions!
Here we go.
Let's take a quick peek at the court record. Kazuma would stick this over the doors of the wardrobe for me. It says keep out in Japanese, though I'm not sure the Russian crew can actually read it. Definitely not. He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream. And these handcuffs, they think I did it? They think I'm Kazuma's killer?
When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside.
What do you mean?
There's no access to the cabin via a porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls.
What?
Or to put another way, the culprit could only have been somebody inside this cabin. Or do you have some other explanation?
This is impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly?
Are you still going to deny the charge, even despite the circumstances?
Please, Susato-san, you have to tell me.
The cause of death is still undetermined.
They don't know how he died?
The ship's doctor's examining the body, but of course he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted on our next port of call.
So presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then.
That's true, yes.
Can't anyone tell me what actually happened here in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma?
Presumably that's something you know the answer to better than anyone.
Please.
Yeah, miss, stop. Stop with that, miss.
Whatever you say, you were here in the cabin after all.
Well, yes, I was, but...
He would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin, as I have every day so far on this voyage. But this morning he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't.
Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at his cabin door, I wonder?
I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open, and we managed to get inside. There was Kazuma-san, collapsed on the floor.
And the white tape there shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow.
I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe.
This is all very hard for me to believe. Hard to believe for me too. Trust me.
Now I told you everything that I know. So it's my turn to ask you a question.
Yes. Alright. Ah, my head feels so heavy. It's still throbbing like anything.
Why are you even on board this ship, Naruhodo-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you?
Oh. Yes. I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time.
I had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing?
No. That would have been impossible, obviously.
Yes, of course.
Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together.
He actually asked you? But why?
I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself.
I don't understand.
Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? That you ought to become a lawyer yourself. Well, yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it, I can assure you of that. But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead of cultural development, center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then what? Nothing. Forget it.
Kazuma-sama he was always saying the same thing. But he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you.
Yes, maybe. Something's still bothering me a little. The look in his eyes then was darker than I've ever seen it before. Susata-san, I'm sorry that we kept it a secret from you. My stowing away on the ship, I mean.
What?
Rose's message. A reason to bring your bestie on an adventure? Well, there's the actual reason, there's bestie reasons, or my favorite, shipping reasons.
Yeah, but also, god damn it. I saw the setup at the end of the trial. I'm like, don't you dare. Don't you dare. Don't you touch him. And the fucking game did it anyway. I'm so mad.
The game does it every single fucking time. Every time.
Right on the next on the next episode, he's fucking dead on the floor, Your Honor.
Can't have any tutors in this fucking house.
I know. I'm so angry. Just god damn it, let them have fun together. No. God. When we ooh, murderer, when we find you, murderer.
Right. Going well in the ship.
If I know Kazuma-sama, I expect he was trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association.
That's exactly right, yes. Word perfect, in fact.
If you're not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night here in this cabin?
Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. Kazuma brought me something to eat, just like he always did. And then I got myself into that wardrobe over there, just like I always did. After that, I...
Fell asleep?
Well, yes.
So deeply that you didn't even stir when Kazuma-sama was killed.
Well, yes. I know it sounds unbelievable. Really, I do. But it's the truth. If only I'd woken up, perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. For some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything.
Really?
Is something wrong?
No, it's... Please, forget it.
Suzuki-san, you have to believe me, I didn't do it.
I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there's no one else who could possibly have done this.
I don't know, I see a vent there.
Kazuma, I don't understand. Why did this have to happen? Yeah, I can't take this.
Don't try to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I won't allow this to happen.
I'm sorry, but Kazuma was killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. And now I'm supposed to just sit around, my hands tied, while whoever did this walks free? No, I can't allow that to happen.
Well, what do you propose to do then?
I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's life, and how and why they did it. I'm sorry. You're going to have to excuse me.
Get his ass.
What in the...
That was a Susato takedown.
Susato... What? What martial art form is that?
I'm going to need you to prove it.
Sorry? Prove it?
Yes, your innocence. I need evidence.
But how am I supposed to...
Have you forgotten already what you achieved just a few weeks ago? You successfully defended yourself in a court of law.
I see. He's expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. I have to get Susato-san to believe me. I'll show her some evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime.
Yeah, the seal was still on the door.
Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper stuck over the doors?
Oh, yes it was. I remember clearly.
I thought so. Kazuma always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there. Just in case the cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well.
Yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe doors before he opened them.
But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own.
Yes, that's quite true.
In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma.
I do like the upside down perspective.
Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor.
Wonder whose fault is that?
I can see why Cosmo-sama thought so highly of you.
Thank you, Susato-san. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up?
Ryunosuke. Oh, bud.
Well, in the light of that evidence, I don't see any real reason why I should stop you from investigating in here at least.
Thank you. So, you finally believe me?
I'm sorry. No.
What?
I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility you used some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back in position. Excuse me.
It's all good. What does she think I am, a magician?
For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same.
Alright. Let's get to work, Susato-san.
Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts.
No.
I shall be watching you to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example.
His what now?
Conjuring tricks.
like a magician. Or like sleight of hand. Basically, I'm watching you to make sure that you don't do anything to fuck up the scene here and, you know, lead us down the wrong path.
Oh dear.
And the basis for this mistrust is that she thinks that there was some conjuring way that Ryunosuke could have put the sign back on the door, even though he was inside the
I mean, I can think of a way potentially, but it would not have been as clean an application as somebody smoothing down the sticker.
Yeah.
The seal. I can think of a way to get it on there and perhaps seal it a little bit, but it would not have been as noticeably flush as I'm sure it was found, because if you notice how he took it off, that was like applied flat pressed on the doors.
Yep. And there were even
I don't think there's any way he could have replicated that without a significant amount of stuff, and that would have been obvious.
Yeah, and there were even like the handprint marks on the slip of paper to show that it was patted down.
Yep.
Right. Well, anyway, I should make a start on investigating it here. Examine everything I can. Kazuma, I swear, I will avenge your death. Time to examine.
Right.
Let's start with here.
There's nothing on this table at all. The plate and cutlery are all over the floor for some reason.
Yes, it's strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still. No, wait a minute.
What is it?
That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all.
So then perhaps you are responsible for having to Cosmo-sama. God damn it. I couldn't even do it seriously because I'm just like, how do you get that from...
Lady!
No,
you are
no,
way
no.
too uncharitable.
Oh dear, that won't do.
Oh, what's the matter, Sister-san?
Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused, I forget to look around properly.
Ah, yes, that's not good.
I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruhodo-san? Naruhodo. God. Sorry. That's just a fucking descriptor. Like, I'm sure you're careful to look all around the room, aren't you? Now let's investigate all corners of this cabin.
Yes, that's what I was doing before you interrupted me. Yes,
Yeah,
let's
it's
do
just the
that.
game being like, hey.
Yep. I suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now.
You better be looking at her eyes. Anyway.
Where else would I look?
Mm-hmm.
That's my dinner from last night. A roast chicken. It was really tasty.
Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But did you eat it on the floor here?
I'm not a dog, Susato-san. I ate at the table, of course. Which begs the question of when and how the plate ended up on the floor.
But Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he?
No, that's right. You didn't touch it. Which meant all the more for me.
Oh no! Does that mean... Oh god. Okay. Poor Kazuma-sama spent his last night on this earth with an empty belly? It's just too horrible.
Ugh. Now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach.
Kazuma's sword.
That's Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it.
Yes, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul.
I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring him on the trip.
I suppose that shows just how important it was to him. And now he's gone. But I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet.
Wall scroll.
Seigi, the Japanese word for justice. The brush strokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma. Oi!
Yes, his calligraphy was always a reflection of his heart. Yet you... Can you really look at those characters without feeling shame, knowing who drew them so thoughtfully?
God damn, Susato!
Just
Of course I
chill.
can.
Seriously, fucking chill.
I mean,
really started to dislike this girl.
I know. It sucks because I kind of liked her initially, but I'm just like, damn, like, I get it, it's suspicious as fuck, but give a little bit of leeway, especially given his reaction. It's like, wait, what do you mean he's dead? What? You know, and like, the fact that his first thing is like, no, I'm going to find who the fuck did this. That would make me give at least a little leeway. Obviously, keep an eye on him. Make sure he's not going to do anything to damage the crime scene. But don't just constantly be like, you're the one who did it, when he's just like, no! I'm trying to figure out who did!
I mean...
Like, by all means, you could be like, prove it to me that you didn't do this. But don't keep needling the man and twisting a knife that has just implanted itself in him from this whole thing. Come on, man.
I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to?
Even though you stowed away on the ship?
That's irrelevant. Now you're going to bring that up, are you? I can't win.
This damn Susato. You're making it really hard to like you, I will say that.
This is where dear Cosmo-sama would have sat whenever he was writing.
You know what it is? You know what it is? It's not just the fact that he died. She obviously had a crush on him, and she's laser focused on Ryunosuke. That's what it is.
Most likely. London Diary. Or Kazuma. He didn't even make it to his destination.
It looks as though the last entry is incomplete.
Which means... what? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened?
Yeah. The inkwell's on the ground, too.
Let's see what it says. Could be a valuable clue.
Hey-ya! Why? That's out of the question.
What?
Kazuma-sama may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thought. It's evidence!
But what if it's something important? Something relevant to the case? Alright, I won't read it.
That's it. I don't like this girl anymore.
Damn it. Poor Kazuma-sama.
I don't like prying into people's personal matters either. But in this case, isn't the need for clues more important?
Yeah, she's too emotional. I'm sorry, ma'am. You're compromising it. Stop. There's the trunk that he was stowed away in.
That's a very large traveling case, isn't it?
Yes, it carries a lot of memories for me.
Memories? What do you mean?
Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case.
Ah, yes. I see it says "this way up" in Japanese.
Which, in hindsight, I should have realized a foreign crewmate wouldn't be able to read. I was turned over and over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor in here.
Oh dear. Being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. God.
Well, it was less painful than a Susato takedown. What's this here? What do you think this is? Oh. Shh, phone, shh. What do you think this is? Looks like a broken piece of glassware.
I'm getting a little leapy, so I'm gonna have to skedaddle for now.
Okay.
Okay.
Catch you guys later. Bye!
Alright, bye-bye.
Whatever the thing was, it appears to have broken clean in two.
The glass is such a beautiful color. It looked like a cute little Netsuke fastener from a kimono outfit.
I'm not sure that sounds like Kazuma.
Oh, that's interesting.
He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute trinket like this around with him, would he?
And the mark beside it, what is it, I wonder? It has a sort of brick-like hue.
Yes, you're right. It is the color of brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in this cabin. Did Kazuma write that before he died? Looks like it's written in ink.
He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. Then I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger in the spillage.
That's not Japanese.
You know what that looks like?
Russian.
Poor Kazuma-sama. No doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine it.
Suppose he was trying to leave some kind of clue in his final moments, was he? I'm sorry, partner. I can't read your writing.
I don't think that's Japanese, Naruto-san.
What? Then what language is it?
It pains me to admit it, but I don't know.
It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder?
See, yeah, it looks like Russian, but I don't know if it's upside down or no, it wouldn't be upside down.
It's not upside down, it's right side up.
It's some 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruto-san?
I think living isn't quite the right description.
Oh, no, I suppose not. Although it must have been rather exciting, making this voyage in your own secret hideout.
The trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So yes, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. And last night was no exception.
Because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin.
No, sadly not.
Alright. This is... yes, it's a bell cord contraption, I think.
What do you mean, contraption?
I read about it in a book I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants.
Really? That sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a little try?
Yes! In the interest of cultural research, obviously. God damn it, Sato. I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people.
No, I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy, that's all. Yes, because fucking a murder just happened. Christ.
Vent.
I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. A hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin.
Isn't that a little odd?
What do you mean?
Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, Looks like it must connect to the next door cabin.
Yes, it would appear to. You're right.
But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, surely it must be connected to the outside.
That's true. Perhaps so that rain and spray don't find their way in when the seas are rough. Or something like that.
I suppose. Maybe that's it. Who's that? He wasn't there a minute ago. As far as I can tell, it looks like he might be European.
Oh, how did he...
You've noticed the man too, have you? I have no idea who he is or how he got here, but he looks suspicious. And tall. Suspiciously tall.
Naruto-san, don't tell me. Do you really not know who that is?
Well, no. I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. Doesn't look like a member of the crew. Something very unusual about him.
Is it because he's literally crawled on the desk?
And is he investigating Cosmo's desk, or is he just playing on it? Can't tell.
Well, in that case, we simply must talk with him.
Am I just imagining it, or does Susato-san look almost uncontrollably excited?
By the way, I expect that you noticed already, but just in case.
You can talk with people, don't forget. There's no way that I'm thinking, like, how do I organically do that?
Yep. Alright then, I'll get that suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say for himself.
Oh, please do.
You.
Get off my friend's desk.
Excuse me. Excuse me? Do you have a moment? Shh. This is a critical point in my investigation. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly.
Yes, perhaps that would be for the best.
Greetings! I hope I haven't kept you long.
Jump scaring motherfucker!
What exactly were you doing on Kazuma's desk just now? Ah, I see. Fascinating. Sorry? What do you see? Feels like he's looking right through me. Oh, yes, everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh my god. That fucking line.
Sorry, what? And now, whilst venturing towards foreign climates, you find yourselves in a most troubling predicament. Oh, well, that's true at least.
But how?
How the deuce did I know that, perhaps? It was really a most elementary deduction. Hardly worth explaining.
Well, Wilson in this case, Rose, but yes.
Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else?
But of course, a great many things. There is no mystery, my dear madame. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being as you are a merciless revolutionary.
You can't see how hard I'm face palming.
You have 16 victims of assassination in your wake, and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. And when the very bone occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Beribboned, right, beribboned. And when the beribboned occupant...
I want to take this character, open the porthole, and toss him outside. You fucking sham. Okay. Excuse me.
Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. Just to be clear, you're talking about me, are you? Certainly I am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name? I don't see even one person who fits the bill!
So it's true. God! It was you who did this Cosmostop. Susato, I'm so angry at you right now.
You're a fucking
I'm so angry right now because who?
What?
And you're plotting a revolution too. How are you this naive? It's shameful behavior, Naruto-san. Absolutely wicked.
No, listen, there's no way I...
God damn it. Now explain yourself. Tell me everything.
This is ridiculous.
It is.
Ultimately ridiculous.
How could you do it?
For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously.
Oh, forgive... Susato, what the fuck?
And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came to your head. Ah, but was I not right? Whilst venturing towards foreign climates, you do find yourself in a most troubling predicament, do you not?
That is the only thing you got right.
Well, yes, maybe. Ha! There you have it, you see. What do you make of that, hmm? Well, to be honest... The ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of murder. So, I'm not really sure you could call it deduction. It's more plain observation. Indeed, an observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles, you see. I announce my findings with brass certitude, and more often than not, I'm right.
I hate it here. You insult everything! Oh my god, I'm fucking livid. I'm fucking livid.
I don't think you introduced yourself. Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women the world over. The inimitable Herlock Sholmes.
See, I was partially excited. For the introduction of this character. I'm like, okay, this could be really interesting, having someone who's super observant and could help put together, you know, things. And you have to, like, a rivalry where you have to try to, you know, stay on top of the game of someone who's got such credentials. But this, I get they're taking the piss, but it's making me more angry than appreciating it as a parody for some reason. And I'm just over here like, and I think it's just because of, they showed Susato as being more, the way she's been presented, she came across a lot more competent and a lot less naive. This situation, it's just, I don't know. I feel lied to.
Yeah.
I feel lied to.
Understandably so.
And I have to play this fucking ditz. Excuse me.
So, it's really you, the actual Herlock Sholmes.
The very same. The inimitable actual Herlock Sholmes. Do you know this man, Sister San?
The most famous detective in the world? Naruto-san, of course I do. There's nobody who hasn't heard of him.
What planet have I been living on then?
I'm right there with you, BlueSky.
We must ask him what he seduced. You'll have worked up the entire case already, I'm sure. Oh my god, I hate it here.
Look, Maya's only excuse for some of the stuff is because she was, you know, relatively sheltered and she was still pretty young overall, so you could, you know. But with this, it's like... Anyway, sorry.
Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Herlock Sholmes. Oh, I see. You're German. Herlock, was it? Or Herlock? No, I have no her. I mean, I have hair. Please, call me Sholmes. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication.
Angie.
Oh yes, Rand's magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interest articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have it sent from England especially.
Oh my god.
Ah, yes, here it is. The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. So, you're the protagonist in a series of short stories, then? Indeed I am. And you've read so many of your own stories, you've started to think you really are a detective. Make no mistake, I'm not the poor deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backward. Backward? My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in the magazine. You have a biographer, do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London. Dr. Wilson? I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment I'm returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. Really? Can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you see, is to me a science. Logical reasoning in its purest form.
A science?
Really? The astute observer notices even the most subtle of reactions in his subject. A furtive glance, a twitch of a muscle, a slight inclination of the posture, fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin, all these things are data. Right. And the trained logician makes deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago.
No.
can you look me in the eye and claim that? So you see, I have a turn both for observation and deduction, and fame. That is what makes me the one and only Herlock Sholmes. He almost said Herlock Sholmes.
Mm-hmm. Noid, I want to strangle him.
Understandably so.
Please. Because he's ruining the character he's parodying, he is insulting forensic science, and logical deduction. Fuck this guy.
Unfortunately,
God.
we still need him. You can knock him unconscious, but we still need him.
I need that at least, please, God. We're done talking with him, I'm knocking him unconscious. Just throw me at him.
Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything, my dear fellow? Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right.
Oh, so it's your fault!
It was none other than the great detective before you, now, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Ah, I see. In other words, I'm in these now because of him.
Hit him with manacles.
When I became anxious about Cosmo's summon this morning, I summoned all the crew members to force the cabin door open.
And I concealed myself among their number, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective Herlock Sholmes was on board. About that, Rose. And the handcuffs seem to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, two facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh, really? Two facts, you say? Mr. Sholmes, tell us, please. What two facts were apparent to you when you came into this cabin this morning? Ah, yes, but first, let us be precise. The two facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand, but what were they? Allow me to elucidate. The two facts that I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number 1, the cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number 2, the victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance.
It's just because of what's written on the floor, isn't it?
Hold on, Mr. Sholmes. What makes you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor.
Cosmo didn't know Russian.
I can't pronounce that, so I'm not going to say it. Now, that is the Russian word for wardrobe.
Do you really think Cosmo-sama could have written a dying message in Russian?
No, because he didn't know any.
Susato!
You should know this better than anyone. In the final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head for this young non-Russian. No. It would be Japanese. Cosmo was Russian. Initially, I considered Garberov to be the name of the killer. A certain Robert God, perhaps. But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong not to look inside the wardrobe there at least.
Well, you found Mr. Naruto sleeping soundly.
Quite so. I found you, I'm not even going to repeat that.
My brain cells are dying.
Why is it that I'm Russian too? I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquaintances. And if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people. That is completely inaccurate.
Susato, please!
Nope.
Oh my god.
She is unfortunately quite swept up in the storm of deduction from Mr. Sholmes.
Our school uniforms, the traditional dress of the Russian people? I had no idea. I hate it here.
And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim and the message that I might analyze it for possible hidden details.
That's the only helpful thing you've done. That is the only helpful thing you've done.
This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Yes, Kazuma had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this.
Are you alright, Mr. Naruto?
Oh, now you're asking?
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm very upset. It's like, oh, I'm sorry. Now you care if he's doing okay instead of fawning over fucking wrong world Holmes and accusing him of murder. Fuck, god damn it, I hate it here.
Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, Ray? You mentioned Russian before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all that. Ah, yes, the chain of reasoning that led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining that chain of reasoning to me, do you think? What is sure? Certainly, if it interests you. I'm pretty sure that's how that's pronounced. How many times? I'm not Russian and I don't speak Russian.
Rose and I are both losing our fucking minds here.
I mean, this is the third time I'm losing my mind over this case, so don't worry, I'm right there with you.
God.
Can we talk about your deduction before the things you concluded about me, I mean? Ah, the now famously accurate, troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, it was the other details I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 part. Ah, yes, the sordid details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads...
Oh my fucking god.
Let's take an observation here. That totally looks like Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I completely butchered his name.
Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Yes, that definitely looks like Ryunosuke, doesn't it?
Violent.
Revolutionary violent Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai.
And it's written in Russian!
This vessel made a port at a
This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday, and last night a young Russian was murdered. Since when was Kazuma Russian?
It sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded he was Russian because of what Kazuma-sama wrote on the floor.
Yes,
Yeah,
that is a surface level deduction that is proven wrong by this calligraphy on the wall and the diary.
And his diary, exactly. Please, Susato, God. You've already made me lose almost all respect for you. Please, for the love of God, have a moment where you turn around and start to show you have some synapse firing in that brain of yours. Sorry, God,
and very understandably so.
Heated. Oh.
Yeah, there's the wall scroll, the text on the trunk, the diary, the books in Japanese, the thing plastered on the wardrobe.
See, everything else but the diary could have been circumstantial, but the diary? The incomplete he was writing in Japanese?
Yeah, that's not...
Like, that would be the biggest thing. It's just like, no, why wouldn't he have written in Japanese? Hmm?
Yeah.
That's his native goddamn tongue. Sorry.
It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary. One who would kill the very man who helped him to escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you, violent Bolshevik. No, how could it be me? I don't look anything like this man, just look at his face! Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well.
Oh my god.
Please. And, might I add, your name does not appear to be on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Well, that's because I'm a stowaway.
What about the other details? The 16 victims of assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower.
Ah, yes. The journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all those particulars on the article. In the article. The deeds the man has perpetrated thus far and those he is plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake.
Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder? Holy shit, she's showing some activity.
And whoa. What about the part where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated here in the article. Bolshevik is recently returned after a period of subversive activities in a war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is it anyway? This Afghanistan place. Here, take the paper for yourself, as a memento of this great deduction. Oh, thank you. I've absorbed all that is of interest to me within its pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby.
I want to take his face, position him near the trunk, and repeatedly slam it.
And you may find the article on the back page of interest as well. On the back, cast your eyes over it sometime if the interest takes you, though you may need someone to interpret.
Why would you
So...
Why would you think he would need an interpreter if you think he's Russian?
Yeah.
we've dealt with those who have played the OG Phoenix, the Phoenix Wrights before Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. They can understand that some people are highly incompetent. This is a new height of deductive dual competence and incompetence at the same time.
Look at how they massacred my boy!
It's all written in Russian. I can hope to read it, but I suppose it wouldn't hurt to just glance at the article. There might be a picture or two. You know what? Fuck it. Let's take a look.
God, I'm so angry. Okay. Something about a...
This is interesting.
A ballerina. Have you found something relevant not to the song?
Well, no, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting.
I can't read a single word, I'm afraid.
No, nor can I. But look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess, do you think?
Ballerina. She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you?
I don't know. I can't make any sense of it. Ah, I'm glad you've noticed this article.
Who the fuck invited you?
Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you. He pops up everywhere, this Mr. Sholmes. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? It would appear the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room, wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles?
I have no idea, but I'm quite sure. It must be an unbelievable sum of money.
Probably. It's just that the sun's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. The tiara is the property of the Novovich Ballet, which would seem the director is beside herself with worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. They requested international assistance at all ports with sailings to Great Britain.
Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country?
It does seem to be the Russian thing to do.
Oh my god. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response. You don't get to pull that card. Not after the bullshit that we have gone through with you in this case so far. You stop that.
Yeah. She has very little ground to stand on.
I wanna...
Before we started talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you? Kazuma? Ah, yes, the victim.
Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all?
Observe for a moment the desktop of the victim. We see that the victim was engaged in penning some text. London Diary. Kazuma was keeping notes of the trip. Ah, but I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people. Tragic! and something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese.
So you recognize he was writing Japanese?
Oh, I see. We're about to know what a Susetsu takedown is. Susada-san? Aren't you going to throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns?
I'm sorry, Naruto-san. What on earth do you mean? You bitch, I knew it.
Life is so unfair. Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, namely this diary belonging to the victim. It would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short.
Yeah.
Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray be precise as to the details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. A smattering, dear boy, a smattering. Sayonara bonsai mikata. No. I trust you're suitably impressed.
My God.
But this diary is littered with complicated-looking characters, of which I can read precisely none. So what was all that showing off about before, then?
Yo, you bitch. I had to compose myself. Give me a second.
Mm-hmm.
If you'd be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read you, Mr. Sholmes. You hypocrite!
I am much obliged, my dear madame.
You hypocrite. You hypocrite. Oh, I am so angry right now. The final entry here in Kazuma-sama's diary consists of just 2 short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound.
A whistling sound? These are very deep waters. Pray, go on.
The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
A speckled band? What on earth does that mean?
I have no idea. I've never heard that expression before.
The ventilation grill, you say? The man was presumably referring to the lattice there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yes, the adjoining cabin. Cabin. So, I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being, at least.
Ah, do you have somewhere to go? Can you go with him? I don't want to see your face, Susato, for a good bit.
As it happens, the victim's writings in his diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe. And if I am still too long, the seasickness takes hold.
Tie him up. Let him face the seasickness. Oh, I suppose. You're thinking of exiting the cabin next door.
Which the ventilator connects to?
Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exaltation. So yes, I intend to investigate. Hence, the truth will become clear soon enough. Do you think perhaps we could go with you? No, that would be somewhat complicated. What? But why? A simple glance at your wrist should reveal the answer. Oh. Ease. After all, you are the prime suspect in this matter, no? There's no point in trying to turn it to a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point.
Come again?
You must be joking! You just said it only a moment ago! Dear me, you're clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing.
Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too.
You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know? Not really. So, were you looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are.
Oh god, my head hurts.
Yeah.
Oh. My face is warm from how angry I got. I want you to know. Like, noticeable heat built up in my face.
I understand. Well, anyway, that was then and this is now. What do you mean?
Don't you weasel your way out of this, you motherfucker.
What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate.
My jaw dropped. Noid, throw me at him. Throw me at him. Please.
And he's gone.
Ah!
And now he's just plain rude.
Oh my god.
And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. Sense of humor is as twisted as his name.
Better hold us on. What are you just standing there for?
Hmm?
We must go and investigate the cabin next door as well.
Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? There's no way I can...
Hey!
Oh my god.
After Kazuma-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? You're just going to roll over and accept your fate.
No, you don't get a comeback moment. You don't get a rousing moment after you've been you have not earned. You have not fucking earned the climb back up yet.
As if you gave me as if you gave me any choice in the rolling over part. I think we still have some investigation to finish off in here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door.
Good idea.
The situation doesn't look good for me. There are still things I can do to help myself. And I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this.
and bring the real culprit to justice.
In spite of Susato and fucking Sholmes.
Yes, and I think that this is a good point to pause for the time being, for everyone's sake. I kind of forgot how stupid they get with the writing here.
It's not just stupid, it's aggravating. And not just from Sholmes. I'm looking, I'm like, holy shit, how are they fumbling Susato so bad?
I have no idea.
God, I have such a headache. Oh my god.
Yeah, another reason why we're cutting it off here and returning next week. With Susato hopefully having more brain cells by that time.
I can only hope, but I was already fed up well before we got to the end of this thing, but what really pushed me over the edge was the fucking heel turn she did about Kazuma's diary. I am so unbelievably angry.
Yeah. But yeah, at the very least we got the rest of chapter 1 done, with the conviction, not conviction, of Jezail Brett as the culprit of the first case, and now we have quite the mystery on our hands. Not quite helped by everything around said mystery.
Like I said, it's gonna be in spite of things. Like, that's what this entire thing is gonna be, because holy shit.
Yes, in spite of the circumstances and people around us, we're going to make it through this. Yeah. Right, it's next Wednesday when I'm going to be starting Resident Evil 4 Original. We get to experience a game that is not pure brain destruction. Instead, it's going to be spine destruction.
I mean, spine destruction, and it's going to be cheese. So much cheese.
Glorious cheese. Your right hand comes off? Anyhows. And then next Friday, it's most likely going to be more Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, with hopefully less brain dead.
I'm so angry I have to voice Susato.
Yes, and I will try to stream next Sunday, because I have missed so many stream days in the weeks previous.
Alrighty.
And I want to do at least a little bit of catch up. Yeah.
Is Sunday gonna be a surprise? Next Sunday, I mean.
I'm not quite sure what I'll do the Sunday of next week, but I'll figure it out.
All right.
Yeah. Anyhows, without any more ramblings and distractions, thank you to all my lovely little boys for coming and watching me today. My name is Chaos/Noid, and this has been Fire and Dogi Crimson earlier. We shall see y'all somewhere else in the void. Bye!
Goodbye.